For those adventurers seeking the Oregon Trail and all of its riches, this was the last stagecoach stop before beginning their journey. Columbia, Missouri, home of the Mid-America Open, presented by Discraft. We are at Harmony Bend's beautiful top-rated course in the United States and indeed in the world. Grant Zellner and Juliana Korver. Juliana, the last time we were together, I mentioned that between the two of us, 5 world titles, between the two of us, 9 total PDGA majors, including recently a PDGA Masters world title. This time, I let you do all the work. And by the way, you can fact check me. Everything I just said is true. It's Juliana Korver. Juliana, you've seen this course. What do you expect this weekend?
Well, it's as challenging as it is beautiful. I really love this course, and most of the players do too. It does have opportunity to score, but it is hard to do so. And as of, let's see, I don't believe that we have yet to have an FPO winner under par on this course.
Not surprising. It is a very challenging track, a lot of tight lines, a lot of interesting decision making to be made out here on this course. Well, before we venture into the challenges of Harmony Bends, let's take a quick look back at what has most recently been happening in the FPO field. A major last week, literally a world away, and Kristin Tattar putting on a show.
Kristin proving just how incredibly dominant she has been for a couple of years now, and it's just a thing of beauty to watch.
Juliana, you're no stranger to winning major championships by such a degree that your last round or even 2 rounds are almost victory laps. What does it take in terms of the mental game to stay focused when you're dominating the field like that?
Well, I mean, obviously it's a position that everybody would like to find themselves in, where they do all the hard work up front and then they can just coast at the end. It can be very hard to pull out your best play when you are in that position. But on the other hand, there is absolutely nothing to lose, because you have already eclipsed the field enough that they can't catch you.
She's knocking on the door, JK. You might hear those footsteps behind you. Kristin Tattar now with 4 major championships. She's got all of the majors. So that's the career Grand Slam. I know, JK, when you were playing, the Grand Slam wasn't available to you. You got all the majors available to you in 1 year. So we'll call that, I don't know, the ground rule double. But
that seems appropriate. There were only 2 in my day. And so it means much more now, yes.
Another multi-time major champion, Ohn Scoggins. She is here in the field at Mid-America, coming off of victory in the FP40 division at Masters Worlds. Maybe she cruised to victory because you played in FP50, JK. But either way, Ohn Scoggins has the game for a course like Harmony Bends.
Oh, you can't take anything away from Ohn. Ohn played fantastically, especially I believe it was 12 under on her first round at Masters Worlds. So she was there to win, and she did.
Ohn Scoggins finally figured out the challenges of the Little America Crew course last week. She was very candid about the fact that course gave her some trouble. And by the end of the week, in fact, during that final 9, I believe she carded more birdies in the final 9 than she had in any 18-hole round at Little America Crew. So that's pretty scary if you're another member of the field, knowing she's coming off of that kind of performance. We're going to go down to the ground with Nate Perkins. He is on the course at Harmony Bends and can let us know what it's like down there in the shadows.
Grant, honored to be joining you guys once again. And yeah, the shadows are really where you want to stick to today. I think everybody here is just mentally preparing themselves for the endurance test that will be Harmony Bends. It is already pushing 90 degrees, and it is going to get to a staggering 104 degrees today. Thankfully, the humidity is dropping. It's highest early in the morning here, and the cicadas are on full blast. And my question to you guys is, we're in the middle of Missouri, but are we in the Midwest or are we in the South, Grant?
That's a question I get asked all the time, Nate, being from Oklahoma. And the answer is I have absolutely no. Hey, you're from Iowa. What say you?
Well, we always self-identified as being in the Midwest, and we're not too far north of Columbia, so I'm going to have to say Midwest.
The Southern Midwest. So the first two we go with our second feature card of the day, Vanessa Van Dyken on the tee.
And next, from Aurora, Colorado, Liz Cross.
Liz Turok, a member of this foursome. You may not be familiar with her. Out of Colorado, she has 41 career victories, 26 of which are as a pro, mostly at B and C tiers.
And from Fishers, Indiana,
Liz also recently competed at the Masters World Championships in Flagstaff. That is an exceptional drive. Excellent distance off the tee by Stacey Ronsley.
Allie Smith hails from Missouri. And into Harmony Creek there.
Sam, do you have a moment to check my pucks?
Hole number one, a par 5 at 777 feet, one of a couple of par 5s here on the course. 4, actually, to be exact. Down once again to the ground, Nate Perkins near the tee box with TD Joe Douglas. Nate, take it away.
Joe, it's good to be back. It's good to see you again. And we see here that you have this pretty epic paddle with you. It is the trophy. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so of course, we do know that our reputation, our course, is for having some water hazards out here sometimes. So that plays into a little bit. But the reason for that is because we have 2 beautiful creeks that run through this course, and they both go into the Missouri River. And on that Missouri River, we actually had the longest continuous canoe race in the country. It's called the MR 340. So it's 340 miles long. And that race is actually next week. So it's a really big thing. It's really popular in Missouri. It's one of the things we want to know that we're proud of in Missouri and known for. So we decided to go with the Ore as our trophy going forward. And so this is the FPO trophy right here. And we have a matching MPO trophy as well.
Oh, that's a great story. 340-mile race, and that one is next week. And can you talk a little bit about, what this course and what this event means to the community here in Columbia?
Yeah, it means a lot. It's, the course, only being 7 years old, it kind of doesn't show the fact that actually this tournament is 38 years old. So we've been running pro tour tournaments here for pro tournaments for a long time. We've been on the pro tour for the last 4 years, but disc golf has been a tradition here for a very long time. Rick Rothstein started the Disc Golf World News here, super famous, one of the first disc golf publications that came out, and the whole city loves to come out for lots of events, whether it's the canoe race or whether it's the music festivals or the Show Me State games that's going on. Our sports commission is really dedicated to the park system and putting on a show. And you can tell if you come to this course, you can tell that the city's done a ton of work, just like they would any other sport or event in this town.
And Joe, I posed a question to our friends there in the booth. We're here in Columbia, Missouri, middle of the state. Would you consider this the Midwest or the Southern United States?
Oh, this is definitely the Midwest. All right. But if it's football season, we're definitely the South. SEC, baby.
Well, Joe, thanks for the interview, and let's get out there and stick to the shade.
Sounds good. Thanks, Nathan.
Joe putting on a great show here. He mentioned, for those unfamiliar with this course, playing around two creeks. So we're in a very low-lying area, an area prone to some flooding, but that's part of the reason why we were able to acquire this land. That is, Mr. Hoke able to acquire this land and lay out such a beautiful course. Allie Smith to the forehand. And that'll be just fine right there. Some good looks down at the course and the lay of the land. A lot of topography here, JK. We don't see it on hole number 1, but we will see it soon enough. And it is steep and substantial.
We'll see a little bit on the green of hole number 1. But yes, you are right. There are a lot of very steep hills on this course.
A lot of the course is in the shade of the canopy. There are a few more open holes toward the turn and on the back 9. It's good news for those like me who are, well, I'm basically clear. Sunscreen is my friend. Van Dyke in her third. Van Dyken making her way up the fairway for an open look at the basket. Final feature card coming your way shortly. We step away momentarily here on the Disc Golf Network from Columbia, Missouri.
They call me Mo Lewis. Welcome to my Columbia. Columbia is a very unique town in Missouri. There's so many great local stores and restaurants and microbreweries that you can go to, and I love being here.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
Van Dyken at the first. Choosing a safe route there, hoping to save the bogey here on the par 5 opening hole. A very challenging opening hole, Juliana. This is not a course where you can ease your way into the round.
Oh, no, absolutely not. Hole 1 is rather intimidating, and no matter how many times you draw it up in your head, you're probably going to have to find something slightly different on the fairway when you're actually playing it.
The way Harmony Creek meanders down the fairway and then along the side also provides such an interesting challenge. Allie Smith playing up into the shadows short of Harmony Creek.
So the trick is they're both trying to lay up close enough to the water's edge that they're going to have an easy shot, but yet far enough away that they don't actually slip into the water, thus pulling those trees into play on the left-hand side, making the approach to the basket more difficult.
Just a beautifully laid out hole. Fortunately, Liz found Harmony Creek. So now after the penalty,
what you can't tell from this particular angle is the basket is up significantly on maybe a 10-foot face.
Van Dyken considering options, waiting for others to play. Stacey Ronsley in good shape.
Stacey's so confident with that sidearm shot. She's able to put it very close to the edge there.
Nate, from your vantage point, what are you seeing here on the green at hole number 1 in terms of the challenge of approaching it?
Yeah, you really just have to stay patient here. And depending on where you're lying, you have to make that decision whether you're going to send this on the left side of the green as you approach. There's a series of gaps that are maybe 20 feet across at their widest, and the hyzer into the green plays, but it's just deceptively uphill. It feels like you're like eye level with the basket, but it is uphill, and so you will see a lot of shots kind of check up short, and then you're rethrowing from the short side of the creek.
And we just saw Vanessa Van Allie Smith.
Using her height there to try to take a little bit of the distance off.
Into circle 1. Scoggins approaching the first tee. Taking a look at the trophy. You're gonna have to earn that one, Scoggins. Back to Stacey Ronsley. Her approach here on the first. That's well done.
The basket is a mere 15 feet past the edge of that vertical face, and so it is a very good job there by Stacey to stay close to the basket.
Looking down now at the green, you can see just how close that meandering edge of the creek is to the basket on the short side.
You cannot tell how tall that face is.
There's a good look at that face. The OB line is on top as well, so hitting the face is OB. Liz Taroque, her 6th now at the par 5. And still a little bit of work to do. Players venturing now across the creek, a tributary to the Missouri River. I thought that was interesting, this canoe race he mentioned, 340 miles. I felt, I wish I could have asked him, is that 340 miles with the current or against the current? Because that would make a significant difference as to whether or not I would finish.
Yeah, I didn't think that was even necessary to ask, because one seems impossible and the other seems, the other seems pretty challenging as well.
Obviously, the mood here amongst this card a little bit down, but pace of play picks up here very shortly, and some birdie opportunities presenting themselves fairly shortly as well. Van Dyken, her 6th at the par 5.
Hole 1 historically plays as one of the most difficult holes on the course, and it seems to be living up to that reputation today as well.
We've seen a couple of 10s today here at hole 1. We've seen a snowman, an 8. Just one birdie thus far on the day. Valerie Mandujano carding the 4. Big time putt from Allie Smith, saving the bogey. One more look at this one.
Allie's beautiful loft putt allows her the confidence to go at the basket with that drop off behind and not worry about going long.
With a featured card, including Owen Scoggins, coming your way on the other side of this break.
You want to play through?
It's parked.
There's something about sand that reminds us of ourselves. What were once great stones have been ground down over years and years into something so small. But sand also shows us that everything we do matters, and that together, even our smallest actions can create great dunes. Because little by little, a little becomes a lot.
Yeah, baby, yeah! That's what I'm talking about.
Your dynamic disc open champion, Parker Wells!
So I started the Ulibarri Leadership Foundation for a pretty simple reason. So I had to choose between education and following my dream of disc golf. I don't want other disc golf athletes to have to make that choice.
Receiving the scholarship from the Leadership Foundation really did allow me to pursue my education, allow me to graduate on time while still having my passion be a big part of my life. So I got to do both, and I love it.
Can you feel it? It's fresh and something completely new. It's something that connects us with nature and where we care about what's around us. At Pure Disc, We believe that every small step counts. Our bags, made from recycled materials, may just be a drop in the ocean, but we believe this is the beginning of something. Pure Disc golf bags are waiting for you on our website, puredisc.net, with same-day worldwide shipping wherever you are.
Back at Harmony Benz in Columbia, Missouri, the 2023 Mid-America Open presented by Discraft, your day one featured card, making final preparations to tee off. It's Grant Zellner and Juliana Korver with you today, enjoying the fact that we are sitting in air-conditioned spaces, JK, already 90 degrees, and the wind is up, but you have been on this course, as have I, JK. A lot of it is in low-lying areas that really obstruct the wind. It gets very still and sticky.
Very true. You cannot necessarily feel the wind. In fact, I mean, you can sort of see the trees moving, but it doesn't come into play as much as you might think.
Owen Scoggins coming off of that World Championship at Masters Worlds in Flagstaff, safely off the tee. Cynthia Ricciardi next to play. 777-foot par 5.
From Rosebud, Arkansas, welcome back, Kat Roach.
Out of Arkansas, we'll call Kat a semi-local.
No trouble clearing the second creek crossing for Kat.
Holland Handley just keeps pounding on that door of her first Pro Tour victory. Tree kick keeps Holland from clearing the creek, but it does deflect. Safe place off to the right. Let's take a closer look at Harmony Benz.
Harmony Benz is one of the most beautiful courses on tour. It has large hills, winding creeks, towering trees, and all three of those at the same time in many locations. This championship course was designed by the renowned John Houck. It was his first design in the state of Missouri. It's located in Struan Park on the west side of Columbia, Missouri. It was named in 2017 as Disc Golf Course Review's Course of the Year.
John talks about in course design how you're not able to make every hole a signature hole, and yet somehow here at Harmony Benz, more of them seem like they could be signature holes. It's remarkable what he was able to do with this piece of property. And I want to make a note, more than half the holes are par 4 or 5. So you could argue this is very much a second shot course in certain respects.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I really like what you said about so many signature holes, because there are a lot of unique and beautiful holes out here that you just remember.
Little weird hop there for Cynthia Ricciardi, protecting the ankles. Now Holland Handley, let's see what she decides to do here in terms of aggressiveness.
As we've come to expect, that was a very aggressive line, turning it to the right towards the water, hoping to get close enough to the edge to be able to go over. On her next shot, unfortunately, she does find the out of bounds.
Over to Owen Scoggins. I've not seen Owen play in glasses in some time.
Perhaps the sunglasses that she sometimes wears are prescription. So
That's true. As we've mentioned, we are very much under the canopy for the majority of these rounds here at Harmony Bends, and it's remarkable, even in the heat of the summer, how dark some corners of this course really are. Players making their way across Harmony Creek, not for the first time, for at least the second already. They'll go back and forth across the creek several more times during the course of this round. Cat Merch now throwing 2.
that kick will likely mean that she will have to lay up her next shot and eliminates the possibility for a birdie.
So there, Ricciardi just got back from Europe, one of only 3 players by my count to have played the European Open and now here at Mid-America. Nate, you're down there with Cynthia. Does she look fresh?
Yeah, you know, Grant, I just took that same journey, and Cynthia was just there for a couple weeks, and so I imagine that she's not experiencing too much jet lag, but you know, it is 11 hours from Finland to here in the middle of America, so I would be hard pressed to say that she's 100% fresh.
Certainly has a spring in her step.
From this vantage point, Holland will have the option to fly the creek towards the basket. I think that was the wise choice, the layup on the left instead of going for the green from there.
Cat Merch now throwing 3. JK, your clairvoyance shows yet again having to lay up because of that free kick.
It is so hard to get to the green if you are not in perfect position on this hole.
Oh, and also laying up.
Quite sure that was her game plan. Highly doubt that Owen was expecting to go for a birdie on this hole.
Eavesdropping a little bit here on the caddy player conversation. I believe I overheard Owen saying this is her second time here at this venue. Cynthia Ricciardi now. Her fourth at the par 5.
Very good approach. Not too far away from the basket.
So Holland Hamley now took a penalty stroke earlier on the hole after going into Harmony Creek. Elected to lay up to this point, now throwing 5.
Looks like she's going to be able to minimize the damage.
Ahead to the second, Liz Torok for par at 2.
Yes.
Whew.
Who needs chains, right?
This basket is as close as it could possibly be to the edge of the water right there.
Yes.
What a putt to save the par. And after this challenging 1-2 punch of an opening here at Harmony Bends, being 2 over through 2, actually not that poorly positioned in the field. To Kat Mertsch now, back at the first. And Scoggins as well. Should be a bogey for Owen.
Owen close enough that she can do a putting motion to get it up to the basket and keep it close to the basket.
I think if Owen is within about, I don't know, a quarter mile or so, she can do a putting motion and get... Looking down now from overhead here at hole number 1, you see the basket there in the center of your screen. And you can see how much wind there is today, but as we've mentioned, down on the ground, pretty still. Kat Mertsch, a chance to save the par, which definitely picks up strokes on the field here at number 1. Now Ricciardi also for par.
Slips it over the rim in the basket. It's a good shot to get.
Holland saves the bogey after the penalty stroke. That's a good, solid bogey, which is a thing here at Harmony Bends. Good bogeys. You can't say every course has good bogeys. Harmony Bends does. Jumping way ahead now to the back 9, Alexis Mandujano on the 11th.
Such a true line with a slow flyer. Love that flight.
Why did we show you Alexis Mandujano? She's an early card out on the day, and she's putting together a heater, at least in Harmony Bends terms. 5 under par, 6 birdies to 1 bogey thus far on the day. She birdied 2, 3, and 4, and then 7, 8, and 9.
Truly a remarkable start, yes.
Her sister, Valerie Mandujano, currently solo second. She's a couple of holes behind Alexis. She's 2 under par on the day. FPO field this week, 33 players strong. I mentioned earlier 3 players played in Europe and are here. 1 did not end up teeing off today, dropped late. That was Jessica Weiss. So just 2 players in the field were in Europe less than a week ago. To the tee at the second, Owen Scoggins. Hole number 2 is a 536-foot par 4. It bends sharply back to the right. Cat Merch now going to the backhand.
Very good shot. Positioning much more important on this tee shot than distance.
Holland catches a late tree there. We'll see what kind of a look she has up the gap to that basket, which you mentioned, JK, right on the edge of the creek. Looking at Owen Scoggins now, Nate, you noticed Owen's glasses just like I did. Is this a new prescription for Owen Scoggins? We lost Nate Perkins at the moment. We'll get back to him because I know we are all curious. Owen Scoggins usually wears dark shades when she plays, which is something I can't do, Juliana. I feel like sunglasses mess with my depth perception.
You know, as I get older, I start worrying about some of the potential dangers of being out in the sun so much, one being to the eyes. So I do try to wear sunglasses occasionally, and I have also felt that, but think that the protection is perhaps better than not.
Nate Perkins, are you back?
Yeah, I just talked to Owen, and she said that she just got some brand new prescription sunglasses, and prescription lenses, and I asked her if she can see. She said, yeah, I can finally see the basket, so look out, everyone.
What has she been doing for the last decade and a half? Putting toward the blur in front of her?
I think it's it's definitely merch before you.
Remarkable. Owen Scoggins keeps finding ways to scare the field. Now she can see. Ahead to the 12th, Alexis Mandujano, your early leader.
That looks like it will be inside of circle 1.
That gap there at the 12th is no joke. It is very narrow off the tee. Oh, Cat Merch at the second, drifting long and into Harmony Creek. She'll have an inside the circle look to save the par. Now Owen Scoggins. about 12 inches too wide to the left for Own. Cynthia Ricciardi burns that one into the ground.
Cynthia got much farther down the fairway, but you can see all the trees that she had to contend with on her way to the basket.
Overhead here at the second, can't even see the players or the basket through the thick canopy. There's Owen Scoggins. Should be a stress-free up and down for par for Owen here at the second. We jump back to the 12th, 320 foot. No, let's hold here at the second. Ricciardi ready to play. This is her third.
Oh, Cynthia.
She knew she had too much on it as soon as she let it go.
So the 12th now, Alexis Mandujano for birdie. Her 7th birdie on the day. And back to Holland Hanley.
Holland throwing a putter. You could see her consciously trying to keep it low. Still finds the out of bounds.
I'll be very interested to see how the day-over-day stats play out here, especially at these opening holes. Players now putting with the creek in mind for some.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Murch, after going out of bound, a chance to save the par.
Unfortunate position behind that tree.
And of course, by rule, can't have any supporting point out of bounds.
She is able to curve it around the tree, find the basket.
Unusual there from Owen Scoggins. We'll give her a little adjustment period with the new spectacles, though. Ricciardi bogeys and Owens putt deflected.
Everybody on our lead card finding the OB on this hole.
We head to the 13th. Alexis Mandujano at the par 4.
There is out of bounds long. She is not in the out of bounds. She managed to stay in the rather wide fairway there.
Half a dozen under par through a dozen holes. Alexis Mandujano setting the early pace at the very challenging FPO layout here at Harmony Bends. We go to hole number 3, the first par 3 of the layout. Just 262 feet. Playing pretty steeply uphill, steeply enough that you can't see the basket, at least not from this vantage point.
Once you crest that hill, it falls rapidly down, even more rapidly behind the basket.
Cat to the top. Now Cynthia.
Cynthia left with a dangerous downhill look at the basket.
Holland goes standstill. And Owen Scoggins quickly ready.
A little bit wider, I like that line.
Nobody inside the 10-meter circle here at the third. The third perched on sort of a bluff that you can see from back at hole number 1 off the tee if you look off to the right. Juliana, how do you attack a hole like this?
Well, so it's actually a little bit smaller of an uphill grade than it looked like from the fairway, which is pretty unusual. Usually you can't tell any vertical elevation from a video. Once you crest this hill, it does slightly go back downhill, and the basket is pretty protected and on a fairly steep grade. Also, you can see that the fairway falls away to the right as well. So the key is to get through here without ricocheting off of a tree, but that's much easier said than done. I personally like either throwing a mid-range pretty hard or a fairway driver that's pretty neutral.
Cynthia playing it safe. No surprise to see Cat Merch do the same from that angle.
You know there's a drastic rollaway potential if Owen's not going for it.
Owen Owen coming off double bogey at the second. I looked through the field a moment ago, Juliana, 32 players in the field, 10 have carded at least one birdie. So more than 2/3 of the field have not carded even one birdie on the day.
It's kind of what we've grown to expect out here.
Ahead to Alexis Mandujano. She's on the 13th, a par 4. This is her second. Hirsch Creek off to her left.
She's a little shy of the basket in the trees, but she does have a look at it.
Holland Handley, 4 par from below the basket.
This is farther uphill than it looks.
Solid comebacker there, confidence builder. Now Owen Scoggins rolled away just a little bit. Long birdie putt here. Mandujano airborne. That'll be a stress-free par. Look at the scorecard. The only blemish at the 6th. 100% inside the circle. So Alexis heads to the 14th, a sub 300 foot par 3. Another opportunity. Meanwhile, we're at the 4th. The 4th is 288 feet. And it drops off rapidly right there at the horizon.
The drop-off is about 70 feet past the tee box, and it drops a good 30-35 feet.
So apartment dwellers, you're standing on your 3rd floor balcony, and you're throwing to a basket on the other side of the parking lot.
The hard part is that you can't actually throw at the basket. You have to throw above the basket and hope that what you're throwing is neutral enough that as it slows down, it doesn't fall off to the right or the left.
Solid shot from Holland Handley there. Not uncommon to be just outside of the circle here at 4. The 14th, a short par 3 that bends back to the right. Alexis to the forehand. That'll be another look. Holly Finley on the par 5 10th, throwing 4. Holly Finley will have a chance to save the par there at the 10th. The 10th tees from up on top of the hill and down into the floodplain of Persh Creek. Back to 4, Cat Murch. Little upshot there. Back to 10, Val Mandujano throwing 4.
Very nice approach, getting it up in the air. That green is very, very sandy, so anything that comes in short is probably going to stop dead in its tracks.
One of the quirks here at Harmony Bends, that floodplain that encapsulates some of the back nine is a different sort of ground play than other parts of the course. Alexis Mandujano continuing to lead the field. Valerie on her heels. Cynthia Ricciardi now at the 4th. And I remember, JK, the last time I played Harmony Bends, the first chance you really have to sort of run a putt.
Oh yeah, that's true. There's no drop-offs anywhere near this basket.
Holland Hanley buries the birdie. Roll back that Zucker replay. Holland's first birdie of the day.
Yeah, Alan. Can't big toe down. Doesn't happen.
Owen Scoggins. You heard that a moment ago. Couldn't let you miss it. Owen Scoggins also with the birdie. Ricciardi and Murch save their pars as they venture to the tee of hole number 5. We jump to the back nine. Alexis Kerman is at 10, buries the par putt.
This is home course for Alexis as well.
To another Alexis. Mandujano birdies. The 14th. Alexis. It's Alexis Day in Columbia, Missouri. 7 under par through 14. I'm no math major, JK. That sounds to me like a 50% birdie rate.
Well, actually, more than that, because there's one bogey on the card as well. And this course does This course does not give up birdies easily. So this is truly a remarkable round that she has going.
I told you I wasn't a math major. 8 birdies on the day to 1 bogey. That was from 49 feet. One more time, this look at Alexis Mandujano. Put a patent on it. It's Alexis Mandujano with the Sunstein intellectual property play of the day.
Making it look easy from distance.
Thanks to Sunstein for providing for our patent pending play of the day, winning intellectual property. You have a good idea and you need to protect it. That's where you go.
So 4, right?
Okay.
Like 11 was a good change.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not that much different.
To our featured car at the tee on hole number 5.
And 7's a good one. I mean,
Even like
get
this
to
one,
it.
this one's not that different. It's only maybe 40
Yeah,
feet.
it's just like the shot.
It's just easier to access from here to the back where we're landing.
Yeah. Definitely good changes. I like it. Two's a great one.
I didn't be in last year, so I didn't know what is.
Nate Perkins, players don't seem to be feeling terrible effects of the heats, at least not yet. How's it feel down there in the shade? We'll get back with Perk in just a minute as Holland Hanley up the steep hill on hole number 5.
Exceptional. She is on the flat ground, so she'll have a nice run up, and it looks like she is not behind any of those immediate trees, so she's in very good position to potentially get a birdie here.
Hole 5 is a par 4 at just 460 feet, but you can see it's like throwing back up onto that balcony I mentioned before on the 3rd floor.
Exactly right. It's another 35 feet of elevation gain there.
Owen still watching that. Could be rolling.
Owen will have an uphill run up, making her second shot play that much farther.
Now Cat Murch. Exquisite. Ricciardi. Off a bit to the left, but up on top. To the 10th, Finley, par putt. Just off to the left. Mandujano now, tee of 15.
Yep.
Beautiful to the center of the fairway there, JK, and then now has to play very steeply uphill to the basket.
Yep. Great shot.
Valerie Mandujano off the tee there at 11. Now Finley. That's fun to watch.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, Holly Finley. Smile for the camera. You know how. So Owen Scoggins, to your point, Juliana, sort of a tricky little stance here.
Slight uphill on the run up, but actually those rocks are going to be more of a burden than the run up itself, I believe. She still has quite a distance to cover to get to the pin.
Basket placement here sort of up and over and back on a downslope.
I'd say more of a right to left slope when you get towards the pin.
To the 11th, Valerie Mandujano, her second.
Hoping for a little more left to right turn, but she'll still have a look at the basket.
To the younger sister, Alexis, at the 15th. Feels like you're throwing straight uphill here. When the course designer puts in a staircase, I've asked about changing that staircase to an escalator.
It's not the only staircase on the course either.
Ricciardi with her up here at the 5th. Now to Holland Handley throwing her second. Can't be positioned much better than this.
Making this hole much, much easier when you can see the basket and you actually have a clear line right in front of you. That extra strength that both Kat and Holland have off the tee really coming in handy on this hole.
Coming in handily. I couldn't resist. Kat Murch also with a similar look and can go to the forehand and knife into that right to left slope you mentioned, JK.
Because you was thinking about it.
A little more ground play than she would like, but she'll have an opportunity. Looks like she's outside of circle 1, just on the outside.
To the 11th, Finley throwing 2 at the par 4.
Well done, Holly. Holly usually opts for a backhand. Nice to see her pull out the sidearm when necessary.
To another forehand. This one will be Cynthia Ricciardi. Does well to protect that hand. To the 15th. This is for birdie. That close to another birdie for Alexis.
Yeah. We should have waited.
But Alexis will accept the par nonetheless there at the 15th. Scoggins laying up back here at the 5th. And now Ricciardi. Whoa!
Very impressive. You can see how it does fall away behind the basket, so that was a very confident line there, choosing to give it enough power to get to the basket.
I knew it too. I was like, okay.
60-foot par save for Cynthia Ricciardi here at the 5th. That keeps Cynthia in the top 10 in the early going here of Mid-America Open. It's Kat Murch now. Appears to be setting up a run at a par save of her own. Let me correct myself. That was a birdie bid for Kat Murch, so this will be a par for Kat. A little drop in. And now Holland Handley for the birdie.
Holland only the second birdie of the day. Vanessa Van Dyken with the first.
Featured car beginning to find their stride. Cynthia Ricciardi with the Halal Guys spicy shot of the day. 60-footer. The Halal Guys strive to delight each customer with unparalleled hospitality and mouth-watering food. Speaking of mouth-watering, look at this. Bang. That is a spark. Cynthia Ricciardi from Columbia, Missouri.
Gotta get some of that good old Missouri dirt. It's the best.
Even that was not work for me.
The dirty?
Yeah, the dye bag.
Delighting the hometown crowd. Now to Holland Handley. At the 6th, 277 feet. This one knifing pretty sharply to the left late in its journey.
The land does slope up as you get closer to the basket, making it necessary to get your hyzer that high in the air in order to climb the hill as it turns.
Oh, God. Good kick.
That was a little too straight, as you heard Owen say, good kick. She was actually happy that hit the trees there instead of continuing forward.
Cat Merch. Great little shot there into circle one for Cat Merch. And now Ricciardi. Gets that disc to dance to circle's edge.
It was dead. It was fine? Yeah, it was fine. It's been dead for years. I was like sad because
Nate Perkins, we've talked to players often about how distracting a gallery can be. What if the gallery is made up of thousands of cicadas?
That's a good question, Grant. And yeah, the cicadas are ripping in full force right now. You know, the woods are still, but it is extremely loud in here, and it can be almost like unsettling if it's not something that you're used to. And Grant, I'm actually feeling the wind push through the woods right now. It shows you just how windy it is outside the canopy.
We are up on top here, and these players will play down into the plane for a few holes on the back nine. We'll see if the wind becomes a factor. Holland's second gets caught up and will leave a circle's edge putt for par here at the short par 3 6th. Valerie Mandujano for birdie. Never on line there for Valerie at the 11th. She'll settle for the par. Back to Holland Hanley. This about a 35-footer to save par.
Just a little wide, right side.
Finley at 11. And into red figures. Now Alexis Mandujano, the uphill short 16th.
She looks to be right under the basket there as well.
Valet parking for Mandujano at the 16th. To Ricciardi for birdie at the 6th. Obstructed there. We'll have to settle for par. Cat Merch a chance to get under par for the day. Let's put together a string of 5 pars to start her round. And that'll be a 6th for Merch. Now Hanley for bogey.
One thing I like so much about playing with Cat Merch is how positive she is, even when some bad things happen. And one of the things she'll often say to herself after a bad shot, it happens.
No one birdies the 6th in the featured car. We jump to 12, Valerie Mandujano. That one a little overturned to the right. Jumping to Alexis. That's a birdie on 16. Wow. So Alexis moves to 8 down for the day. This is a rare round at Harmony Bends. Valerie Mandujano right behind Alexis. Lisa Fagans and Holly Finley, the only other players under par thus far. To 17, Alexis off the tee. Now Valerie.
Oh, almost putting that one in.
Perfectly online for Valerie. Trying to catch. Her sister has a few more holes to work with.
Oh yeah, you're right on the next hole. Yeah. No, I've got water. And feeder light.
Final featured card has caught up with the second card here at the 7th. A little bit of a backup. Alexis Mandujano just threw her tee shot here at the 17th. Now looking at her approach at the par 4. It's a steep downhill look.
She's on the green. Have a look at a birdie there.
Second to last card of the day, cleaning up here at the 7th. Maybe the most exposed basket location on the course. Nate, is the 7th the basket most likely to deal with the effects of wind?
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely exposed here on just this little slope, but right now it's just dead calm. It's not a consistent wind here today. It's very gusty. There on the basket of hole 6, Cynthia was facing like 10, 15 miles per hour. Now I'm standing here by the green of 7, and it's dead calm.
Owens Goggins to just outside of the 10-meter circle. This is a tricky gap. The higher you go, the narrower the gap is.
There's 45 feet of elevation loss here, so you do not need to challenge the top of that gap. The bottom of the gap is going to put you more on line with the basket.
Cynthia Ricciardi, that is an excellent shot. Gets the disc to hold the line all the way to the ground. Holland through the gap and to the flat. We'll have a look back to 17. Another birdie bid for Alexis Mandujano. Didn't even have to think about it. That's 9 under through 17 holes here at Harmony Bends. What a round Alexis Mandujano is putting together today. On point in every facet of her game. Juliana, you've played this course. How rare is this?
I've never seen it before. As I mentioned before, leaders the last 2 years playing this course were not under par. This is very, very rare. She's usually there's all kinds of scrambling on this course, and I don't mean the UDisc statistic for scrambling. I mean you're in the fairway, but yet you have to find a way through the trees. And Alexis just seems to be completely dialed on her line today, and she is hitting C1 and C2 and also her putts. So everything is just going her way today.
Alexis has multiple birdies on par 3s and par 4s. Also a birdie on the par 5 9th. So putting together a wide variety of shot shapes and distances, playing every disc in the bag to perfection thus far during the course of the day. She does have the extremely challenging 18th looming. Meanwhile, Cat Murch up and into the shadow of the basket for an easy par save here at the 7th.
Coming up a little shy on that one.
Owens Goggins now for the birdie. A chance to get back to even for the day. Owens slams that one home. Ricciardi also to even for the day.
Kat maintaining her par streak.
Flying over the 18th now.
There's so much going on here. The very first thing that you need to do is hit the gap, and you want to ideally land in the front side of the bowl. There is a creek crossing here. There's the creek on the left, and if you go a little bit too long, which due to the drastic elevation loss, it is possible to go in the creek long here. If you can land safely, then you can choose which of these gaps. This is one of the more dangerous ones, because if you ricochet off a tree, you can end up left into the creek. There's a safer gap farther to the right, and you can also go very aggressively over the creek itself to the landing zone, which is to the left of where we are right now. The landing zone is not all that generous, so it can be possible to fall into the creek OB long on the approach as well. The basket you see here is an island of safety surrounded by OB.
Looking down at that bowl, Alexis Mandujano now.
Excellent shot.
Perfectly placed there for Alexis Mandujano. Something special going on here in Columbia, Missouri with Alexis Mandujano's opening round here at Harmony Bends. To the tee at 8, 216 feet up the hill.
Hole 8 has a good 20 feet of elevation gain, making it play closer to 270. Ooh, luckily coming in, you can see there's a white line there. There is an OB line long of the pin.
Inches safe for Ricciardi. That went out of the hand early for Kat Murch. And to Holland Hanley. Needs that to settle.
Oh, she does come back in bounds. Holland is strong enough that she can throw a very slow disc up that hill, keeping it nice and straight.
Watch this disc dance out and then back in. The last rotation of the disc brings it back in bounds for Holly Hanley. Holland will have a birdie opportunity. Val Mandujano at 13. Under another iconic feature here at Harmony Bends, that bent tree. And to Alexis, her second at the par 5, 18th.
Okay, she kicked in the correct direction. She did not kick towards the water, so she will not be taking a penalty stroke there.
Another Finley forehand. This one at the 13th, up and over the tree.
And another well-executed shot.
Cat Murch now. Bold birdie bid there from Murch. So Murch looking to extend the par streak, and no shame in that. Doing so has kept Cat in the top 5 all day long. Own to get into red figures.
It always amazes me how easy her power is. She's so small in stature, but she has so much dynamic power on the putt.
With that, Own into a tie for 4th. Holland Hanley with her meter of relief from the OB line, but was not out of bounds.
Releasing just as that car horn goes off, not phasing her at all.
Ricciotti buries the birdie as well. Murch now to continue the par frames. Alexis throwing 3 at the par 5 18th, safely up the right.
That is a slightly more unusual layup zone, but I think it's going to work well for Alexis. It gives her a shorter approach to the pin.
Alexis sitting at 9 under par. Lisa Fakis is finished for the day at 2 down. Finley. Gorgeous up there from Finley for a stress-free par at the par 4 13th. Val doing the same. Nate, Alexis Mandujano is putting together what might be the best pro round of her career, yeah?
Yeah, the previous course record here, Grant, is 1 under par by Sarah Hokum. I believe Lisa is in the clubhouse with a 2, but if she can get up and down here, she's looking at a 9 under, and it would likely be the highest rated round of her career.
Alexis dances that disc around from left to right. And we'll have a par saving opportunity at the 18th.
To be clear, the course is a little bit different than it was last year with Sarah's 1 under. I would say it's playing probably a couple strokes easier, but I don't want to take anything away from Alexis's round. I never would have guessed that one of our FPO players could be this far under on this really difficult course.
Early round rating on Lisa Fakis's 2 under is 978. Alexis Mandujano's best rated round on tour, a 1017.
Yes, the FPA stuff.
Come over here. Like the food there already.
Yeah, you got 2, yeah.
McDonald's over there
Everybody
actually
got
feels
2.
like semi-clean. Semi-clean.
And is it correct that that was on Northwood's black?
Well, like the food feels
Alexis is 1017.
Take a bite of a chicken nugget. It feels like chicken.
Does it feel like it went through a meat grinder?
I believe that is correct.
So the harder wooded courses seem to pull the best out of Alexis.
Sour cream McDoubles. What? Have like sour cream and salsa on their burgers and chicken.
That actually sounds fantastic.
I was saying the other day that the orange,
That is weird.
the orange stuff in Cheetos and macaroni and cheese is illegal in Europe.
Y'all making me sound like I need a movie.
Because there's like whatever is in it is like poisonous. So like there's something that's better that we could use in America, but we don't. But it's like, nah, we'll use the cheaper stuff. We're gonna consume it anyways.
Alright, I don't think I'm gonna hit them, so.
The things you hear as you eavesdrop talking about the orange stuff in Cheetos and mac and cheese and whether or not it's healthy. I don't know that you're eating mac and cheese and Cheetos while being concerned about health. Just throwing that out there.
I just saw cameraman only. Yeah.
I'm concerned for theirs.
Yeah.
A contradiction in terms. A healthy Cheeto.
Shit shot one.
Yeah, good thing. I just try not to go past it too.
Jumping live to the green at 18, Val Mandujano for par. Correction, Alexis Mandujano for par.
Remarkable round.
9 down. 10 birdies in 18 holes here at Harmony Bends. A feat rarely achieved by anyone in any division that I'm aware of. What a day for that woman, Alexis Mandujano. Feels like we haven't seen her in some time.
Well, we are definitely going to be watching her tomorrow on the lead card.
Absolutely no doubt about it. We've got highlights from the round. Alexis Mandujano putting on a show in Missouri, the Show Me State. This at the 12th.
Perfect height out the gap, putting it right under the basket.
Ahead to the 14th.
Making at least 2 circle 2 putts today.
This at the 16th, the short uphill par 3.
She has such great control of her angles on this very wooded tract.
And practically a drop in for birdie at the 17th. This at the 18th. What a remarkable showing from Valerie Mandujano. Still awaiting that last score to get input there, and excited to see what this round rates.
95% fairway hits. That's unbelievable on an open course, much less a course with this much treachery.
I can't do that in my backyard, throwing back and forth from the fence to the other fence. While we await Val's round rating, we go to 9. Owen Scoggins off the mark here on the par 5. And that will leave a lot of work to do just to save a par here.
Yes, it will. The first shot here plays over a valley, which you can't really tell. And Owen clipped that tree, landing kind of at the base of the valley. So she's got a lot of uphill component to her next shot just to get to where she hoped to be off the first one.
To give our viewers some idea of the challenge here at hole number 9, it's a par 5 for both the FPO and MPO division. They play from the same tee pad. It's just 684 feet.
Only. It plays much farther than that. Cynthia had a beautiful drive. Holland's exceptional.
So much fun to watch. Cat Merch choosing the right-hand gap.
Right-hand gap's a little bit bigger, but I think the left-hand gap potentially lines you up better on the fairway.
Flying over the 9th now, JK, what's your strategy?
Oh, well, I like the left gap, though it can be very hard to actually hit. There's a lot going on. The first shot plays over this valley. There's the 2 obvious routes that we talked about. The left one is a little bit better for potentially really good placement. Wherever you land up, you probably still have to crest this hill, so you're not going to be able to see the basket. Once you crest this hill, it falls back down both forward and left to right, and the basket is down on a little ledge. The second shot is you're probably going to have to find a way through the trees. It's very hard to line yourself up right here with this particular opening, and you are going to probably end up left high of the basket, meaning that as you approach the pin, you're going to have to figure out how to put the brakes on so that you don't fall off this ledge behind the putting green.
Birdie opportunity, Val Mandujano at 14.
Right on line, just a little bit low.
Nate Perkins has been booking it in order to catch up with Alexis Mandujano. Let's go to Nate Perkins now, next to 18.
On the PDGA page, refreshing, waiting for that rating to come through. Unofficially 10-16 rated. You just looked at me and said that you didn't even know it was for 9. What do you feel about that number?
It feels really good to finally put my game together, everything to come together, having confidence in it. Today going into the round, I felt super nervous, and I was telling Val, I'm like, it's not that big, just need to relax. I feel like I haven't played in a tournament in a while. It's been since Des Moines, so to come here and finally shoot well felt good.
Yeah, so when you're feeling those nerves, I mean, you've been playing a long time. Like, how do you overcome that pressure, especially on such a difficult opening hole?
I think having the nerves every event helps. It shows a passion for the game you still have, and I think you just try to use them. And I had a good card, so I felt very chill and just was going with the momentum.
And what specifically about your game was clicking today on such a difficult course? Alexis, the previous course record was a 1 down, and you just beat it by 8.
I think putting. I felt really confident on the green, and finally putting my putting together with my drives being solid out there felt good.
All right, well, congratulations on such an excellent round, and we'll likely see you on the lead card tomorrow.
Appreciate it.
So thrilled for Alexis Mandujano. Back to the 9th. Cat Merch making her way up this long and meandering fairway. Ricciardi. This will be her second at the par 5.
It's a fine shot.
I'm not trying to crush it into the basket.
To Owen Scoggins.
Nice shot.
Oh dear.
She's going to be pinched off on the right-hand side.
I don't know why I'm over there. It should be up.
Owen is down there next to the tee of hole number 10. Now Holland. A lot of angle on this one.
Yeah.
Hey, that's looking good, man.
I was like almost not sure what to throw there. I'd never been that far up.
Holly Finley at the tee of 15. Players trying to play as close to the shadows, dead ahead as they can before the steep uphill second here at the par 4.
Looks like she might be at the base of that tree on the left, which is going to make it harder to get up the hill on her second.
Kat Merritt, her third.
Very, very good ground control there.
Perfect result to the flat where the basket is located. Kat may get off the par train here. Don't tell, the tree helped just a little. Now Cynthia Ricciardi throwing her third.
Also pretty good control there. You want to get a little bit of skip to get down to the basket, but not too much that you fly off the edge of the green.
This is unusual. Holly Finley's not near the short tee pad. She is essentially re-teeing from the short tee pad. This will be her second. That results will be just fine from there. Now Owen. Bit of bad luck here for Owen. She landed some 50 feet or more up the hillside to her left, and the disc just rolled very slowly to this point.
A little nervous that that vine right to the left of Owen might be poison ivy.
Quickly up to Holland Handley now. A little too wide.
Could be easy to do. The obvious mistake is to skip long of this one. So you try to keep it low and left, knowing that it's going to skip down to the basket.
Owen throwing her 5th now at the par 5. Looking well out to the left. Excellent. So Owen will card the bogey here, falling back to even on the day. Holland will have that putt to save par. Valerie Mandujano, her 2nd at the 15th, playing steeply uphill. And that disc coming all the way back down and into the mess off to the left.
You know, having it come back down off the hill, not necessarily that bad, but having it roll off into the trees, that's probably going to add another stroke.
Ricciardi for birdie. Ricciardi playing her home course here in Columbia into a tie for 3rd for the moment.
Cynthia, only the 3rd person to birdie hole 9 today.
Now Handley to save the par. Off the mark and punished. Now this one for bogey. Great focus there for Holland Handley.
Cat on the board with a birdie.
Val's 3rd at the par 4. Gets up to the top there. Now Finley at the same.
You can obviously see that this is steep, but you can't truly understand just how steep. It's almost hard to get there from the base of the hill. I would almost rather be farther back and have a little bit lower angle towards the basket.
Everybody has made the turn now and is into the back 9. Everybody chasing the Mandujanos. Valerie to save the par at the par 4 15th.
That was a remarkable third shot for her to give herself an opportunity to save par there.
So Val falls back into a tie with Cynthia Ricciardi. Will still be in second.
Let's call him up. Is your last name the name of the like town next to Velma that's actually somehow smaller than Velma?
Looking down off the cliff here at the 10th, you can see how far the drop-off is down into the fairway.
Like people in Velma want Ratliff. I'm getting a Sonic in my town. And a Family Dollar and a Dollar Tree. Ooh, yeah. Whoa. Family Dollar, dude. It's getting
Arkansas's
and
finest.
a Dollar Tree.
In your hometown?
Not Dollar General?
Blowing up.
We got a 9-hole disc golf course, and now we're getting a Sonic.
I mean, they got
Aren't you fancy? Maybe I need to
They got Cat Merch putting them on the map.
I think
Population's growing.
I think they built the course for.
Getting a Sonic in Rosebud, Arkansas. Yummy. Flying over the 10th now.
Hole 10, 936 feet. This is a par 5. There is about 40 feet of elevation loss from the tee to the landing zone. This is one of the holes where you want to throw your entire bag and just watch the disc fly. If you can control it, you can really unleash on this one, as there is such a generous landing zone. Anything that lands in the open is perfectly fine. If you fade off to the left, you're still in a good position. If you fade off to the right, you're in a little bit more trouble and might have to work your way through the trees. Because this is such a long hole, distance is important on both the first and the second shot. As you can see, there are a number of hallways through the trees here. This grouping of trees that we're coming up to on the left-hand side does seem to get in the way quite often. The pin is protected by these trees, low ceiling, but more importantly by the sandy ground. So you cannot skip up to this basket. You have to fly to the pin on this one.
What the heck? Yeah. I love the Midwest, man. The campgrounds are so cheap. Somehow, like they're never more than like $250. Even I think this week
We'll see though this year because everything different. Everybody game different.
And this year she like doubled her price, but she literally feeds us every night. We get there and there's a menu of dinner every night. She cooks it. It's like $100 for the week.
Oh, dude, that's free.
I know. I was like,
you're making money. Because you don't buy groceries.
She loves it. She loves it. She has like 10 to 12 people stay there every year and just.
It's like family style cooks. That's cool.
Order pizza or whatever.
Does it make you tell your other host that you just step up?
Family per par at the 15th. High and right there for Holly Finley. Alexis Mandujano still clear of the field by 7. Hannah Wynn up into a multi-way tie for second. And the tee is live at 10 with Ricciardi first to the act.
That is the more dangerous side to fall into because the lines are harder coming out of it.
Few nervous moments there, but Cat Merch right in the center of the fairway.
Nice.
Nice little placement shot there for Owen Scoggins. Now Holland Hanley, how aggressive will she get?
Nice, Holland. That's good.
Got
Beautiful line. I think she was a little frustrated that it was a little bit lower than she would have wanted to get a little bit more distance, but that is a fantastic shot nonetheless.
One more look at Holland Hanley coming into your living room, or maybe we're coming into your office cubicle. Don't worry, your boss isn't behind you. Fortunately, bouncing off the camera there did not lose too much distance for Holland. We go to the 16th, Valerie Mandujano, looking to match what her sister did moments ago, and does so. Once again.
That looks great.
Valerie with an excellent chance to erase the bogey that she got at the 15th. Move back into second place all by herself with 2 to play.
It's nice to see so many under par scores. Based on previous years, wouldn't have guessed that coming into today.
Shout out to Nina Guerrero making the front page of the leaderboard. To Cynthia Ricciardi down on the flat of hole number 10, throwing her second at the par 5. Challenging lie here.
Oh, how did I get through that?
Who cares, Cynthia? It's through.
I don't know how I got through that. But it's a hard look, so we'll have more decisions.
Scoggins now has an option to go left or right.
Choosing the wider gap off on the right-hand side.
Got to talk to it earlier. It's too late to listen. It's like, nope, I'm not listening.
That'll be just fine. Jumping ahead quickly to the 16th. Alexis Kerman. She's from Columbia, Missouri. And Alexis is in the bottom of the basket at 16. Knocking on the door of the top 10. Murch, her second, keeping it low.
Hitting a late tree, but making fairly good forward progress.
And now Holland. Great drive for Holland.
Perfect height underneath those trees there. Great forward progress.
Mandujano to erase the bogey at 15. And back into solo second at 3 under par. course here at Harmony Bends actually plays up and down several ridges before getting to this flat. This is as far as you get from the parking lot, the facilities, and the first tee and 18th basket. This whole flat area here in the floodplain of Persh Creek sometimes is underwater, which explains the sandy soil on this side of the course.
Cynthia with another very tricky window to get through.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That took 10 years
Safely
off my
through
life.
by inches.
Yeah, this took 10 years off my life. I will live to 65 now.
One more look at this one in slow-mo. Watch the leaves on that leafy tree trunk.
Skimming the right side.
Now to Owen Scoggins, off to the right side of the fairway. Another late tree. Murch throwing 3 at the par 5. Needs to carry this all the way to the basket.
Made difficult by the low ceiling that she has to get through there.
Blocked off there. Jumping to the 17th, Valerie Mandujano. The downhill par 4. That'll be awkward.
That's the kind of scrambling that I was referring to, that this course often leaves you with. You're in the fairway, but positioned such a way that you really have to be creative for your next shot.
Handley's 3rd airborne at the par 5. And gobbled up by the trees on the right. May have a lengthy look at birdie from over there. Kat Murch throwing her 4th now. And that will be left for Kat to save the par here at the 10th. Awkward stance for Val, throwing her second at the par 4.
The basket significantly downhill from her position.
Maybe a good tree there. Drops Val down with a look at the basket. To Cynthia Ricciardi.
Sit. Get in. Go in. Go in.
I'm not sure who changed their mind the most on that, the disc or Cynthia. Owen Scoggins throwing 5 at the par 5. Holland Hanley for birdie.
Gave it a chance, got it up in the air high enough. Just a little right side.
Cat Merch now. To save yet another par on the day. To Ricciardi. And as our final card finishes up the 10th, they could use a breather, and we will take one ourselves. Alexis Mandujano pacing the field and already done for the day. Take a moment, look for your favorite player. We'll be right back on the Disc Golf Network. Alexis Kerman is at the 17th and is up and in for the par save from well below the basket.
Thank you. I was like, gosh dang it, Alexis.
To the tee at 11, Cynthia Ricciardi. Cleanly down the fairway. Val Mandujano playing it safe here at the 17th with danger behind the basket. Back to 11, Kat Murch. That could be some trouble off to the left.
I like that line a little bit better through the trees for Owen. She should be set up nicely.
Not enough airspace underneath that disc for Holland Hanley. She'll have a lengthy approach here at the 11th.
Hole 11, 522 feet. It is a par 4. The tree right in the middle of the fairway with the Y is about 175 feet from the tee. You can go either to the right or to the left of that. Both gaps are very viable. Whichever gap you choose, you do have to get a little bit lucky to find an opening. As you can see, there are many, many very big mature trees that you have to traverse. There is an OB line and down the entire right side, but it shouldn't come into play unless you take a bad ricochet off to the right.
Looking down now at Perch Creek. Holland Hanley, her second power forehand.
Oh yeah, that's a fine spot.
That was big.
She was lined up just perfectly with that left side gap, allowing her to use that power forehand that she has.
Goggins with a forehand of her own. Now Cynthia Ricciardi. Different angle here for Cynthia.
Well done.
But I really thought it was good. That's like my least favorite things.
Three excellent upshots thus far for our featured card. And now back to another forehand, this one from Kat Murch. Nate Perkins, a lot of versatility on display here on the 11th. We'll get back to Nate Perkins here momentarily. So the 18th, Mandujano. Challenging par 5 finishing hole here at Harmony Bends. Should be okay there, JK?
Yeah, it's probably a little bright of what she hoped, but there is a path through the bigger trees for the safer right second shot.
Holland Hanley will putt for birdie first here at the 11th. Smashes chains with that one. Ricciardi matches the birdie. 2 for 2 thus far. Make that 3 for 3. And a star frame here at the 11th. Not a common occurrence here at Harmony Bends. More star frames, we hope, throughout the course of the weekend. If you're watching on YouTube right now, continuing coverage of this DGPT Silver event available on the Disc Golf Network over the weekend. You want to watch more, you got to subscribe. Subscribe for Saturday and Sunday. Look at that, a little QR code just for your convenience. Beautiful views here at Harmony Bends. Looking now down the 12th.
Hole 12, 320 feet. This is par 3. The gap extends about 110 feet from the tee and is only 10 feet wide at its narrowest. You can throw too low on this one. You can see that there is a mound before the basket that can grab shots that are a little bit too low. The basket itself is on a similar mound just behind it.
Ricciardi off the tee. And off the tree. Into the thick stuff on the left-hand side of this fairway. Kat Mertz now, coming off her second birdie of the day. Scoggins now hoping to correct.
Dissecting that gap nicely. Falls off to the left, the pin.
What a kick for Holland Hanley.
I guess. Hell yeah.
Wow.
Local line. I guess.
That's the line I thought.
I believe it was a pre-World War II head coach at the University of Tennessee said, "You play for the breaks, and when you get one, score." It's an important mentality.
With that redirection, she did get close enough that she will be putting.
Did you ever struggle with feeling almost guilty if you got a big break and then had a birdie putt because of it? Did you ever have that in your head while you were trying to focus on putting?
Yeah, I mean, more embarrassed walking down the fairway than when I'm actually standing behind the putt. But yes, I've experienced that.
That's too stressful. Talk about that scramble rate, you know what I'm saying? Thunderbird.
Oh, good. It's just flies.
That was the magic one, right? No?
That one's Nika. That was such a hard,
Hard angle.
Hard. Yeah. You're doing great. Thank you.
The angle and then the speed.
Yeah. That's what you get it in. It's so hot out in here.
Always keen to listen in whenever we get the chance. You never know what you might learn, especially when cat merch is part of the foursome. Cynthia Ricciotti's disc, lucky that was bright orange. Hard enough to spot.
This one's dead in behind. It's just huge. Oh my god.
A little legal course maintenance here.
Course maintenance. Thank you.
Is there an echo? Ricciotti allowed to move that branch because it is directly in her stance. Notice I said stance and not run up.
Oh, Sin.
Turn that one over too much. Looks like she's going to be on the edge of the woods again.
Ahead to the 18th, Valerie Mandujano. That is not where her drive landed. We'll have to get clarification if that was a spot due to going in the creek or if that was a layup to that position. Nevertheless, that's an excellent shot. Back to Ricciotti throwing 3 at the par 3. Nice little recovery there from Cynthia. She'll card a likely bogey here at the 12th. Handily for birdie. Up and over and a little work to do to save the par.
Okay.
Probably me. I'm right here. Okay. Like almost like 26, 27.
Owen says she's 26 or 27 from the basket. We'll go with that.
Thank you.
So did she. Owen quietly makes her way back into the top 5 after a rough start this morning. Cat Merch to save yet another par. Little skip in her step. Holland Hanley now to save the par at the 12th. It's a solid par save for Handley. Ricciardi falls out of a tie for second. We jump ahead to Val Mandujano. She's on the 18th. She has taken one penalty stroke here on the 18th. Plays quickly up and over the final creek crossing, and Val will have that left. We'll be right back on the Disc Golf Network.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At Tintin Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top-quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
All the scoring that we do in our sport now is all digital. Having some sort of backup power source is going to be really important. You feel that it's a good quality product. And having the stash pack that holds the cable that connects to any device, it just works. And so that's why this thing really works for me.
Many fans who are in this
Great Lakes Disc, located in Grand Rapids, Michigan, is a fully stocked retail disc golf store that fulfills all of your disc golf needs. We carry all of the major manufacturers, accessories, and offer player and event sponsorship, along with tournament payout assistance. To learn more about Great Lakes Disc, visit greatlakesdisc.com.
Stacy Kiefer for the birdie at the 18th. You may know Stacy as Stacy Haas. You need to update the Rolodex. Kiefer will be a few slots further back in the alphabet. Now Valerie Mandujano. We'll get an update on that putt from Valerie Mandujano and see where she will sit. We know she took a penalty stroke on the difficult 18th. Juliana, we knew when Alexis posted a 9 that there were a lot of players on course with a lot of holes to go. Nobody making a run at her just yet.
No, and I don't think we're going to see anybody get close to her today. That was just such a remarkable play by Alexis, both on the tee and on the green. She said it herself. She didn't know that her last putt was for a 9 under. She was just in the moment playing her best golf.
Look at that traffic jam, tied for third. Players duking it out for a chance to be on the lead card tomorrow. If you're just joining us, though, Alexis Mandujano put on a show worth repeating. This at the 12th. Alexis was already 5 under on the day. She would birdie the 12th. This long-range bomb on the 14th. To the short uphill 16th. And then back downhill on the 17th. Birdie there at 16 and 17. She would go on to have this putt for par at the 18th. And that's how you get to 9 under par at Harmony Bends. It doesn't happen often.
It's never happened before.
Oh, and Scoggins. Here at the 13th. Perch Creek off to the left of the players. Cat Merch needs this to keep turning.
Flirting with that OB line, but it does come down in time.
It's a bit overturned from Holland.
She was trying to use all available height there. She got it a little bit too high and a little bit too turned. She did find the trees on the right-hand side.
There is a late mandatory on the right-hand side. Players have to play out to the left of that mandatory.
That did find the OB too straight, too long, too straight. She wanted that to turn towards the right.
We're going live.
What a hairdo. That's how I look in the morning. Four-footed friend.
Hole 13, this is a 547-foot par 4. There's a fairly wide landing zone that you can see here. The most iconic tree is the one that is on its side, and the best shots then have to choose whether or not to try to throw underneath that arch tree or over the top of it.
Holland Hanley hit an early tree. Now needs to play this up and around that late mandatory.
A decent second shot for Holland. She's still got some work to do with the trees between her and the basket.
I can speak from experience. This part of the course is probably the hottest. Nate is down. Nate is down with this group. Nate, is it as hot as I think it is down here next to the creek?
Oh, crap.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll try Nate again. Owen Scoggins.
I should just go in the right there.
Look to be long and left.
The creek does come into play there. I'm not sure if she found the OB or not on her second shot.
The group now determining Cynthia Ricciotti's lie. She'll be well back of the corner.
You can see the Mando on the right-hand side. That is actually there to protect the next tee pad.
Ricciardi gauging the distance. I would think it is well in excess of 300 feet from here.
She should have an open look from there.
Cat Murch, you can see the basket through the trees from here.
This is hard to get close to.
Players getting ready to turn back toward the start of this course from this point on. We go to Holland throwing 3. A little timid on that one.
Well, there is an OB line that is less than 20 feet behind the basket, maybe as close as 15, so it can be a little bit hard to throw hard at this one.
Players now with some long looks. Attempts at birdie or par saves here. 3 of our foursome knotted up in a tie for second, 7 back of Alexis Mandujano. Trying to close that gap just a little bit before the round comes to its conclusion. Here is Own. And Own went out of bounds quite early here. So now Own throwing her 4th. Pace of play slowing down just a little bit here as the players get out into the heat. Ricciardi went out of bounds on her tee shot. Took the penalty and threw to here, so this is Ricciardi's 4th. That will be for bogey. Cat Merch now, a long birdie bid. Just a safe little layup there. JK, if you were in this position, would you have a target score in mind, knowing that you're probably not going to catch Alexis? Would you even be thinking in those terms?
No, I can't remember a time when I had a target score in mind. I want to play my best golf at all times. And if there's something that I'm chasing or not, it shouldn't affect my current shot.
Owns Goggins now to save the bogey. Owen will fall back to 1 under for her round. Ricciardi as well, falling back to 1 under. They'll move to the 14th, and we fly over.
Hole 14, it's only 280 feet. It's a par 3. There's a couple of gaps off to the left. There's a nice high anhyzer or a nice high forehand turnover shot. Either way you do it, it's going to be a little bit tricky to pull it far enough to the right to get close to the pin. There is a little bit of a drop off behind the basket.
Juliana, your black ink discs, keys for closing?
Well, most importantly today, combat the heat. By now, temperatures have climbed significantly, and you need to stay hydrated and utilize the shade when you can. Play within yourself. There are a lot of opportunities for trouble out here. So unless absolutely necessary, I think you need to be smart about the risks that you choose to take, especially at the conclusion of this round, especially given that 18 is such a challenge. And mental fortitude. Don't let early mistakes in the round get you down. Don't check out because of the heat. Don't check out because you're 7 strokes back of the leader. Stay strong and continue through the end of the round.
To the tee now. At 14, Kat Murch, by virtue of the lone par at 13 with the box.
Not enough angle there to get any kind of skip towards the pin.
Scoggins in circle 2.
Need a little bit more height underneath that to get farther up the fairway and closer to the pin on the right-hand side.
Hanley well out to players left. Should have a look from there. Perhaps a very good one. Four hands.
Cynthia turning that over and throwing it right into the ground.
Kat Murch and Hannah win the only 2 bogey-free rounds thus far. Take a moment, look for your favorite player. Ellie Smith trying to get things together here, coming off of a win at Kansas City. We'll have more chances to put local knowledge to use over the weekend. Ricky Otti, after burning that tee shot into the ground, a long second at the par 3.
Perfect approach.
Stress-free pars are nothing to scoff at here at Army Benz. Kat Murch, a long stepper for birdie.
Gave it a good chance. Just flies over the top of the basket.
Good opportunity for yet another par save for Kat Murch. To own Scoggins, a few steps closer.
Owens found the ditch behind the basket, but with Owens' solid putting, that shouldn't be a problem.
And now to Holland, who went long. .45-footer.
Right on line. I think she thought she had it, but it was a little bit too low.
So nobody with a birdie here at the short par 3, relatively speaking, that is, the short par 3. owned the first opportunity to save the par. No worries there. Cat Merch, a dozen pars on the day. We hit the closing stretch with our featured card coverage here on day number 1 of the Mid-America Open. Back after this.
When you're serious about sports, you don't just stand on the sidelines. You make things happen. You plan. You execute. You get hyped. You make the most of every moment. And when you're the Como Sports Commission, you make every single event one to remember. Experience the unexpected with the Como Sports Commission.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Cat Merch on the tee of hole number 15.
No flex for the camera after that?
Beautiful drive by Cat.
Another skip inner step. The 524-foot par 4 plays flat to the shadows up ahead and then very steeply uphill and slightly to the left.
I heard I hit something.
Might be a little bit farther left than she would prefer, but she should be fine from there.
All in Hanley now.
Very low with that shot.
It'll be interesting to see if Holland has the power from there to get up into the area around the basket.
If anybody on the tee does, it's Holland.
Ricciardi also low out of the hand.
Very good.
Everybody with a bit of work to do. Hello. A little disc golf gnome out here at Harmony Bends. Words of wisdom for our players? Ricciardi, probably a favorable kick there. A chance to get up and down.
Looks as if Cynthia's feeling the effects of the heat out there.
Handley elects to keep this disc low, playing for the par.
I think that was wise. As far back as she was, she didn't have a good window towards the basket. There was too much foliage between her and the pin.
Stacey Ronsley at the tee of 16. It's 231 feet. Pin high, as they say. Stacey will drop that in and move up to just 1 over par. I wonder if we can get Nate Perkins now as the players are leaving the low-lying area back by the creek. Tell us about the heat and how it's affecting the players, Nate.
Well, the heat's not only affecting the players, it rendered my equipment useless for a few holes, and yeah, it's getting pretty serious down here. It feels like 105 is what my phone's telling me, and you know, when the breeze is not blowing, it's pretty uncomfortable even in the shade. And yeah, these ladies are definitely feeling it, and that's just going to be one of the major tests this weekend for FPO, if they can, you know, continue staying focused, you know, even when it's just uncomfortable to be here.
The wind, not much of a help when it feels like a hairdryer blowing on you. Ricciardi now throwing 3 on the par 4, hoping to get up and down. And by up and down, I mean perhaps up and up from this vantage point.
A little bit of a forward skip, but she did not have the height on that disc. Not enough to get to the basket.
Ellie Smith at 16 for birdie. That's the sound I hear in my sleep all too often. The clank.
Cat not giving the hill quite enough respect, leaving it a tiny bit short. But she should be close to the edge of circle 1. She'll have a chance. Uphill putt at the basket for birdie.
I think I heard a late tree kick there also. Players checking out the sunburns. It's just day number 1.
Very challenging angle, and Holland does that very nicely.
And up the stairway to heaven they go. Stacey Ronsley at 17. clean.
Skipping way down that fairway, that'll give her a fairly easy approach on this difficult hole.
That'll be a dangerous look at eagle if she decides to run it. A lot of danger behind the basket there at 17, though. We move back now to 15. Owen Scoggins. What a putt from Owen Scoggins on the 15th. That's a birdie. Owen putting together a nice back nine thus far. 3 birdies to just 1 bogey. Cynthia Ricciardi, some work to do here to save the par.
I think it's me just by a bit.
Merch for birdie to clear Scoggins by 1.
Just a little shy on that uphill putt.
The group plays the 15th in even par. 1 birdie and 1 bogey. The birdie, Owen Scoggins. Slamming the chains from distance. Another look.
Five. Cat, 4. Magic, 4.
Thank you so much.
Rough start for Owen Scoggins. Getting it back to under par numbers.
Oof.
Thank you. Girl, come on. Give me some.
Owen Scoggins requesting flyby.
Did that graze the backside?
Yeah.
It looked like it.
Merch also trusting the forehand here.
It's a little low, but she does get some forward skip. She will be in circle 1.
Handley.
So close.
Misses her line off the tree and over near the short tee pad. We'll have to get up and down to save the par. Now Ricciardi coming off the bogey.
Just barely missing the line, catching the left side, but staying in the fairway.
Back to Owen Scoggins off the tee pad here. Watch this disc. That close.
Right to your right, underneath the...
Ronsley's second at the par 4 17th. Got way down here.
She falls off the ridge where the basket is, but that is still relatively close, so she should have a very good opportunity for the birdie.
Handley's in kind of a tricky position here, off to the left. Unfortunately, that just deflects and goes well off to the right.
It was a bit of a Hail Mary approach there, throwing it as high as she did, trying to get through those trees, and she made good forward progress, but she's also off to the right.
Everybody chasing Alexis Mandujano, whose round rating continues to go up as more and more scores come in. Up to a 1024. Ronsley now for the birdie at 17 after a great drive. That hurts. Ronsley hanging on to a spot in the top 10 for the moment. Handley still in a bad spot here at 16. Oh, boy.
At 231 feet, this is one of the holes that you really expect to birdie as well.
The bogey putt up and over, and still work to do. Now for double. Kat Murch a couple of paces outside the 10-meter circle. Looks like a mile, though, doesn't it, with the uphill nature of this hole. Kat for birdie. Needs this to sit.
Very frustrating. She had a very good line, just a little bit too low. Once again, the uphill component causing trouble. And then that very unfortunate roll away.
Now Murch for par. Featured cards struggling here at the short par 3. Handley will have this for a double. And that's a 6 at 16 for Holland Handley. Owen Scoggins finally a chance at her birdie opportunity. And Owen with a multi-stroke swing on several of her card mates here at the 16th. One more look at how it happened. Owen off the tee.
That must have looked really good from the tee.
Listen closely. We've seen it before. Owen Scoggins earlier this year at another silver event, Texas State's. The skip and the score for Owen Scoggins. On that day, a brand new disc in the bag. Owen off the tee now at 17.
Finding those trees, she'll have a bit of an upshot there that has a very large downhill component to it. From the tee, there's a little bit of a crest going up, and then that significant downhill.
A lot of distance.
Way down the fairway.
Come on, dude. Pitiful, man. Come on.
Handley now looking to recover. Let's fly over the 17th and down the hill.
Hole 17, this is 454 feet. It is a par 4. This elusive hole plays uphill to a crest of the hill and then significantly down towards the pin. Because of the topography, it can be hard to know if you have a good shot from the tee or not. This lighter gray colored tree you can see from the tee, and it almost looks like you want to go to the left of it, but I do find that the route that the drone is flying tends to get you farther down the fairway than going on the left-hand side. No matter where you finish up, you will likely have a downhill approach to the basket that is perched on this ridge. It's a very fast green, so it can be hard to stop the disc close to the basket on your approach.
Murch will be first to throw, has some room to work with if she can clear this first tree. Good effort from there. Should make for a straightforward up and down to save the par. Thanks to Flight Factory for providing the overhead shots here at Harmony Bends. Flight Factory, part of Disc Golf Network coverage all season long. We look down now at Holland Hanley throwing her second. Big skip there for Handley. She's even with the basket, but well off to the player's right here. Scoggins should be next to throw.
I think that's a better choice there as the disc is, the backhand as the disc is falling down left. It's matching the topography of the ground, thus falling towards the basket.
We still have not gotten to Cynthia Ricciotti's drive. It was off to the right, but well down the fairway. Meanwhile, Kat Murch throwing her third.
Giving it a little bit of a bid, falling a little off to the left on that inclined green.
It's probably me. It's right there.
Nate, where did Cynthia's drive end up here?
Oh, yeah, she was just telling her card mates that this is her best drive on the hole by far. She's nearly pin high. She's off in the poison ivy right now, and I believe she's going to give this a run from just outside circle 2.
Cynthia bought one of those listening discs. You have to pay extra for those. That was Holland Hanley's approach.
Yeah, it's me and then you. Go hang out at the cool side here.
Scoggins for the birdie here at the par 4. Lots of chains, but not into the bottom of the basket for Scoggins. She'll remain at 3 under par. Now Murch to save the par. That'll be back-to-back bogeys for Kat Murch, dropping Kat to even for the day.
Beautiful birdie.
Players have a little bit of a walk now from the basket at 17 to the tee at 18. We recap the story of the day. Alexis Mandujano from an earlier card. A 9 under par effort. Here at the 12th, a short par 3, Alexis. A beautiful tee shot. Now at the uphill 16th, the one that gave our featured card some trouble. Alexis to drop in distance for another birdie. Another birdie at the 17th. And with this par putt at the 18th, Alexis secures the 9 under par effort. That round rating continues to go up to 1028 at this point. That's 11 better than Alexis's previous best round rating, which occurred while setting the course record at Northwood Black.
And it is a safe bet that it will continue to rise as this last card finishes the round.
I want to play mixed doubles with Alexis if I'm at any course with a lot of trees. You know what? I want to play with Alexis as my doubles partner just about anywhere, because no matter what, it's an improvement over me.
Alexis is a fantastic choice. She is always very, very solid around the green, and obviously when she gets the drivers going as well, today she's unstoppable.
Greens in regulation, almost 3/4 of the time, 90% from circle 1, 50% from circle 2.
Not a single OB penalty today.
The question always remains, how do you back up around that good? It's always interesting, the feeling coming back. Cynthia Ricciardi looking down at the landing zone here at the par 5 18th.
Oh, sneaking it by that tree on the left. Using all of the available fairway there. Looks like she did stay safe, but she came very close to that front edge.
We'll find out. I couldn't see it.
That could end up being a fantastic result, even if it wasn't intentional.
Is that OB there?
I think you're past it. There is some OB on there.
Scoggins, not certain if she cleared the out of bounds immediately at the bottom of the face of this hill.
There is a creek crossing right where Owen fell, but I think she's just in front of it. I think she'll be okay.
Holland Hanley.
Aggressive line by Holland, and that pays off. That's in a perfect position.
Kat Merch looking to hang on to a spot on one of the top two cards.
Asking it to drop, and it does not stop in the landing zone. It falls off the edge. Kat is OB.
Keep throwing them too good.
I don't know. You see what's leading right now?
Players approaching their lies here on the 18th. We look back at Paige Pierce for one interesting reason. The highest rated FPO round on tour this year, owned by Paige. It was a 10:34 effort.
I should throw the other one tomorrow.
Paige Pierce carded this 10:34 rated round in round number 2 of the OTB Open. We bring it up because Alexis Mandujano's round, the rating gets better and better as more scores come in. It's already up to 1028. And we still have a number of scores yet to be posted, in part due to the fact that 18 is a par 5 and there are several cards still finishing up.
Chances are very good that Alexis will clip Paige's record for this year.
Needs just 6 more points to tie. Regardless of what happens with the math, a very special round here at Harmony Bends. A course record, and not by a little. Owen Scoggins finding her lie. She was OB.
No, you can't. You have to be inside of it. Yeah. Or if you can take if you want to take it back here, you can. You have that option. Oh, to you.
Owen Scoggins electing to play from here.
Alright, thanks, lady.
That disc appears to be just barely safe on that sliver of land to the right of Harmony Creek. Players have to negotiate Harmony Creek twice, once at the beginning and once at the end of their round. Which, Nate Perkins, do you feel like is the greater challenge?
Seems the heat has taken Nate away from us again, so I'm going to answer that for you, Grant.
Okay.
I think that the creek is actually harder to maneuver on hole 1, but I think that hole 18 is probably a more beautiful hole because of the downhill component from the tee pad. It's just really a breathtaking look off of the tee.
Stay in the air.
Holland low out of the hand and doesn't get that disc to deflect back up and over the OB line. Holland may have to take this well back.
Oh, I don't think there's any may. That she was over the creek the entire time, taking the most aggressive line, and she's just going to have to walk up to the edge to take her next shot.
Kat Merch also in the creek. In her case, off of the tee shot, so now throwing her third. Safely done.
I was holding my breath on that one. She was going through quite a few trees, needed to make sure that she didn't ricochet back into the creek.
So it appears the lead will be at least 6 for Alexis Mandujano and possibly more, with Scoggins having already taken one OB penalty here on the 18th. Cynthia Ricciardi now. Safely moves her way up the fairway to the secondary landing zone. We'll have to play across Harmony Creek one more time.
Holland really forced to throw this aggressive line once again.
Oh dear. I saw the splash.
I don't think she... Well, she's moving forward, so she must have crossed land at some point in front of her.
It deflected off of a tree. So if that tree was in bounds on the right, she at least gets some forward progress. Now owns Scoggins. That was Owen's fourth. She'll work to get up and over Harmony Creek and then sink a putt to save a bogey. That would drop Owen into a multi-way tie with others at 2 under par. Owen needs to get up and down to assure her place on the lead card for tomorrow. On the Alexis Mandujano rating watch, up 2 more points. That round is now 10:30. Cynthia Ricciardi, the only member of this foursome to avoid trouble thus far here at the 18th.
Very nicely done. Clearing the water, no trouble, putting it pretty close to the base of the pin.
Cynthia will have that to get into that multi-way tie at 2 under par. It's a Kat Murch, her fourth.
Whatever.
And Kat with a lengthy opportunity to stay at even for the round.
Yeah, you hit that, yeah. So you either just like play it all far and then probably just stays there.
Ellen Hanley throwing her sixth. Safely into circle one. Now on Scoggins. Her fifth. Just clears the far edge of the creek. And that putt will drop on into that multi-way tie at 2 under par.
You know, it might have been a benefit for Alexis to go out so early today, finishing her round before the heat gets so oppressive.
Indeed. Alexis has been done for well over an hour now. Perhaps pushing almost 2 hours at this point. Cat Murch for the par. Some 40 to 45 feet with the creek looming behind. Off the top of the basket, Cat drops to 1 over, but will hold at 8th, despite dropping a stroke here at the last. You can feel, JK, the energy level amongst this group after being out in this heat for so long. You can just feel the slog. We saw players laughing, skipping up until about hole 12 or 13, and then the oppressive heat just became a weight on everyone's shoulders.
Exactly. Solid finishing putt for Holland, though you can tell she's disappointed with the last holes in this round.
On Scoggins for a bogey here. Until about 2 hours ago, 2 under par would have been a course record. Ricciardi with the lone birdie amongst our featured card here at the 18th. That moves her up. Cat Murch drops 1, but will remain on the chase card for tomorrow. It's round number 2 here at the Mid-America Open. JK, it's hard almost to not feel some sympathy for the players coming in on these final cards because of what they had to deal with, both the heat, a bit of bad luck for a few, and now having to recover quickly and try to make a run at Alexis Mandujano. What a round by Alexis. It's 1030 rated, and I'm watching that in real time, hoping we can update everyone with the round rating before the broadcast is over.
Well, you mentioned, having a little bit of bad luck coming in with the final card. Well, you just expect that on this course because there are so many opportunities to go OB, to hit trees, to ricochet off the very of that problem out there. She was clean. She was exceptionally good around the basket And I can't wait to see her playing tomorrow. I hope that she can keep this going again.
Not a single player in the field went bogey free. Hannah Wynn bogeyed the 18th to finish at 1 under par, offsetting 2 birdies. So everybody, including Mandujano, with a bogey. We'll be back with more analysis of that stellar round right after this on the Disc Golf Network.
Repetitive stress injuries are one of the most common reasons that disc golfers have to take time off from playing the sport they love. With the average disc golf bag weighing up to 25 pounds, this can add up to over 2,000 pounds of accumulated stress on your body during a single round. A cart gives you the ability to bring what you need on the course without the repetitive heavy lifting. This reduces the number of stress points you experience during a round, keeping you at your best.
One of my favorite memories growing up was a trip I took with my dad to Hawaii. We just got done with a round of disc golf and decided to listen to the Grateful Dead. Without saying anything, we both knew we needed to dance, and that's exactly what we did. Sometimes you just need to stop and enjoy the music.
My name is Ricky Wysocki. I founded the Saki Bomb Foundation as a nonprofit organization committed to growing the sport of disc golf with America's youth. The foundation's First Putt initiative puts 50 discs and 1 portable basket in the hands of PE teachers across the United States at no cost to the school. We've already sent First Putt packages to schools in all 50 states with the generous support from our sponsors. If you want to be a part of this movement, visit SakiBombFoundation.org. Thank you for growing the sport of disc golf with us.
They call me Mo Lewis. Welcome to my Columbia. Columbia is a very unique town in Missouri. There's so many great local stores and restaurants and microbreweries that you can go to, and I love being here.
It's the second highest rated FPO round on tour in 2023. Alexis Mandujano, a 10:31, 9 under par at Harmony Bends. A course record by 8 strokes, thanks to drives like you just saw on 12, circle 2 putts like you saw on 14, and the ability to jump on these holes that are practically must-gets if you want to win on tour.
She played so calmly, and she said it herself, she didn't realize she was playing as well as she was. So she was in the moment, and she was just concentrating on the shot in front of her.
We caught up with Alexis Mandujano just as she came off the course. Let's hear what she had to say about her round.
Yes, I think maybe Ledgestone.
It's 17 there. Alexis, I'm sitting here on the PDGA page refreshing, waiting for that rating to come through. Unofficially 10-16 rated. You just looked at me and said that you didn't even know it was for 9. What do you feel about that number?
It was really good to finally put my game together, everything to come together, having confidence in it. Today going into the round, I felt super nervous, and I was telling Val, I'm like, it's not that big, just need to relax. I feel like I haven't played in a tournament in a while. It's been since Des Moines, so to come here and finally shoot well felt good.
Yeah, so when you're feeling those nerves, I mean, you've been playing a long time, like how do you overcome?
Looking over the full field scores here at the Mid-America Open, take a moment and look for your favorite player. It looks like we have shuffled everything out for our lead card tomorrow with all those ties. Lisa Fakis, Owen Scoggins, Valerie Mandujano joins Alexis. The question, of course, JK, what's it going to take to catch Alexis Mandujano?
Well, this course provides plenty of challenges for all in the field, and unless Alexis can have another record-breaking round, I hate to say it, but she's probably going to fall a little bit back, just inevitably, statistically, towards the field. So the field just needs to worry about what they're doing in the moment and not where Alexis is, and it'll sort itself out in the end.
There's a lot of danger, to be sure, on this course, even if there aren't that many places where out of bounds can bite you. A big part of success here is overcoming the bogeys and the bad luck when they happen. Alexis able to get through the round with just a single bogey. Several other of the better rounds of the day, they weren't better because of a high birdie rate. They were better because of bogey avoidance. Talking about players like Hannah Wynn. That seems to be a little bit of a benchmark. That 2 under par round, nice and solid. Will a couple of more 2 under par rounds be good enough to challenge Alexis by the end of the day on Sunday?
I think it's going to take a little bit more than that with the incredible lead that she has built for herself today.
We've got the OTB shot of the day. There are a lot of possibilities here, including some that weren't even thrown by Alexis. What's it going to be?
I think it's going to be the near ace on 16 by Owen.
Okay. Place your bets. And let's see the OTB shot of the day. Would have been a shame in certain ways not to give it to Alexis Mandujano. Fortunate that we caught her hot round by the time she got to the 14th and buries that deep circle 2 putt for another of her 10 birdies on the day. Absolutely incredible. Continuing coverage from the Mid-America Open. Later on this afternoon at 3:30 p.m. Central Time. That's where we are after all. The MPO opening round players already on the course. So you've got about 2 hours to get yourself hydrated, perhaps to get off work early on this Friday and get yourself in front of a screen for more disc golf action on the Disc Golf Network. Of course, tomorrow morning back with FPO coverage starting just as we did today at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. Any final quick thoughts, JK?
Well, I can't wait to see all of Alexis's round tomorrow.
No doubt about it. Can't wait to see it. We'll see you back here in a couple of hours. For JK, I'm Grant Zellner. See you soon.